Yeah. Started.
Polls open. Cameras on.
Morning, everybody. 9 o'clock, November 4th, 2025, regular council meeting. Welcome, everybody. Everybody online. We have a delegation that's not here yet, but will be attending. We'll get started. Call the meeting to order at 9 o'clock. Can I have an adoption of the minutes? I'm pretty sure everybody's read them and ready to carry on today. We're gonna do adopt the agenda, yeah.
Any additions today?
Yeah, just read mine backwards here.
Yeah, it's all good.
Any additions? Sir Naka? Councilor Naka?
I have several items here. This, I assume, is new business.
Yeah.
7.8. Range Road 164 status and direction.
Okay.
Range Road 165.
So we can keep them both as one or 7.
Keep them separate.
Yeah, okay.
So it would be,
7.11, we're doing 165.
and 7.10 would be 2026 gravel program for discussion. And then 7.11, just an update on the Alberta Transportation gravel pit. What we're doing there, what the plans are. And that's it for me.
Okay. Councilor Buchanan?
Actually, I have nothing to add, actually, you have addressed what I was.
Perfect.
I'm okay.
Yeah, that's good. Rosie? What is,
For building purposes, stop the inspections group, the people we have working for us. Doing the inspections.
so 7.12?
Yeah.
Inspection permits?
Okay, thanks a lot.
Admin? Any additions?
Three, we've got a map to go along with item 7. I thought we had an item for
7.6.
Alright.
7.6.
7.6 with a map that goes along with that. We'll be handing out, so it's not really an amendment. For correspondence, we have other sponsorship request. Individual in Crystal Waters, and we have the constituency update from Fort Saskatchewan, Regularville, and other. Yeah, we are strong. In 12, performance for information, we have ceremony of high school. We have Province of Alberta Order and Council. The buggy and the purchase of land. 12.21, we have rural municipalities of Alberta RMA Board of Director nomination received. So it's to inform you of people who have chosen to run in the RMA elections. And then 12.22, we have a Trans-Canada Yellowhead Highway Association letter to deal with everybody's favorite intersection at Highway 55 and Highway 68.
Any other additions?
resolution that says as amended rather than.
Yeah.
I can do that motion. Lamont County Council adopt the November 4th, 2025 regular council meeting as amended.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. 3.1. Additions or adoption of the September 9, 2025 regular council minute meetings. Any errors or omissions anybody's seen?
I didn't see anything. I move that the Lamont County Council accept the September 9th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. 3.2, the October 28th, 2025 organizational council meeting minutes. Any errors or omissions anybody noticed?
This again, this to a meeting, update number was, this should be what the.
Okay. Can we make that motion?
2025 organizational council meeting as amended.
All in favor? Carried. So 4, we don't have any public hearing today. But we do move on to 5, where we have a delegation. I'm pretty sure Mr. Ryder Simpson is here. Welcome, council. If you wanna come on up to the front here and we'll put you in the spotlight. Sure. And then, we'll get everybody to introduce themselves here. Start with Councilor White.
Neil Whitus, Division 5, counselor. It's Lamont, Ritter Height, up to the County of Strathcona and north to the river. About 2 miles east of Highway 831 north to the river, so northwest side of the county.
Great. Your area.
Yeah.
I'm I'm from Lamont to partway to Bandera and then all the southwest corner. And here that's.
Gerald Dorowski, Division 1, the Madera area. Counselor.
John Eugenis, I'm Division 3. I actually border him and yeah, north of Highway 29 all the way up to the river, so.
Ryan Atka, Councilor Division 4, the northeast corner, the Andrew area.
Okay. So today we're dealing with the land use bylaw 848.22, section 8.20.2, secondary dwelling. Usually we give you 15 minutes to present, and then you have five or so minutes to ask questions and move on from there.
All right, have the briefing papers.
Floor is yours.
Yeah. Okay. Morning, counselors, fellow residents. My name is Ryder Simpson, and I'm a taxpayer here. I'm a property owner, and soon I hope to be a builder right here in our county. Today, I'm not here to complain. I'm here to solve a problem, one that affects every family, every builder, and every future taxpayer in this room. I've given each of you a 2-page handout. Page 1, the problem. Page 2, the solution. Please follow. So, the problem. Let me read you section 8.22, the banish to build bylaw. A second dwelling may be allowed by the development authority if the proposed dwelling is to be occupied by a person who is solely or mainly employed in an agricultural operation or confined feeding operation on the site, or will provide personal care to or require personal care from the resident of the other dwelling of the site, provided that such personal care is necessary for health reasons. That's also with planning development. They said that these two options were the only way to have two existing permanent structures when building a new home. There's no way you can live in your current home if it is not if it's on an immobile foundation while building your second home. This means you must leave a safe, insured, livable home. You must tear it down. You must live in a mobile home or off-site before you can even start building. This isn't progress. This is punishment. So here's a real life example. There's a 1928 renovated farmhouse for sale, solid roof, updated floors, insured, move-in ready. A young family wants to buy it. They have a plan. Move in and live in the old house, build a dream home on the same lot beside it. Demolish the old house only after they move into the new one. Responsible, practical, smart. But under this bylaw, forbidden. They must tear down the farmhouse first, live in a mobile, or rent an hour rent. Pay double their mortgage, insurance, and moving expenses. That's not building a home, that's building a crisis. So let's look at page 1 of our handout. 5 ways this bylaw hurts us. Number 1, it forces families out of safe homes. A rural family with kids in school, livestock to feed, jobs 30 minutes away, they're told leave. Closest rental, over an hour away. That's displacement. Number 2, piles on financial burden. Imagine paying your mortgage insurance, builder's loan, builder's insurance, plus rent, renter's insurance, storage fees, and moving costs. A mobile home, it doesn't get any better. You add the transport of bringing it on and off site, hookups, financing, most families can't afford it. They use HELOCs, credit cards, personal loans, turning a dream into a nightmare. Number 3, delayed construction and costs everyone. Builders can't start until the demolition is done. Then, no power on site, no outlets. Contractors have to run generators overnight and send staff on weekends to refuel. It's higher costs, longer timelines, and more risk. Number 4, forces risky legal behavior. Financing is based on current appraisal value. After demolition, land is deemed unimproved, reducing value. If delays arise from permits, economics, environment, or law, lender may demand full repayment or requalification, risking foreclosure or allegations of fraud. Number 5, ignores responsible building practices. Phased construction is live in old, build new, then demolish. It's standard in urban centers and progressive rural counties. We are behind. So the hidden danger, this bylaw doesn't just inconvenience people. It creates financial hardship. One delay, one lender call, one technical default, a family loses everything because we force them to tear down first. So I'll get you to flip to page 2. This is the simple cost-free solution. So the idea is you permit temporary dual occupancy during construction with 3 safeguards: a 12 to 24-month time limit, full permits, inspections, and insurance. The demolition is required when the new home is complete. Cost to the county, 0. Benefit, families stay in their home, finances stay protected, builders save time and money, we preserve housing stock, and we build responsibly. So councilors, I have to ask you today, replace the bash to build bylaw, adopt a phased rebuild policy, one that trusts residents, respects property rights, and respects classical governance. Vote yes to amend, because this isn't about one family. This is about every taxpayer in this room, every builder, every child who wants to grow up here. Keep families home, build responsibly. Thank you. I welcome any of your questions.
Thank you, Ryder. That was actually a very good presentation. Glad you come prepared. Any questions?
I have a question for administration. When did the new bylaw come into effect?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. Any file?
It was been early 2020.
This was a new change in the new bylaw from the old one?
Not certain.
I think it's just something that slipped through the cracks as well.
Because I know in my division, there was an issue, maybe a month ago, where someone wanted to put a manufactured home on the premises before he could get development permit issued. There was a vacant house there that no one's lived in there for 25 years. He was told that he would have to got that facility, I don't know, take the first out or the kitchen and all that stuff, to turn that into an agricultural building or something before he could get a permitting.
Yeah.
So that was new to me also, so.
So, for council's benefit, it may be that you wish to direct staff and bring information or bring an amendment. It's up to you. The second residence on the same parcel is only allowed when it's a caretaker residence. What emerges as challenges when you have two residences and then someone is trying to sell one of them but can't get a subdivision in order to be able to do that. So,
My comment to that is, I know of a place that was built years ago. And residents still there. It's rural addresses of B, A and a B, there are new residences there. That wasn't gutted, nothing was done to it, so.
challenges that we end up facing is it becomes an enforcement matter, somebody promises and then they never do. So they would be the second.
I gotta apologize, I didn't know nothing about it until you called me here a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Kind of embarrassing that we missed it, because every house in my area, my relatives in like my grandfather's brothers and sisters, they lived in an old house while they were building a new one and then eventually got rid of the old house.
Yeah.
When you told me that you can't live in the house, it's gotta be totally gone, I was totally shocked that we missed it in a new bylaws. It's just not right,
Right.
in my opinion. Yeah, it's you should be able to live in your old house, even in town around. We're helping a widow out there and she's got all her stuff in the old place. We took some buildings down and made her a pad. She's got a modular home coming in the town of Brewdrive is getting her 24 months to knock the existing one down, all her furniture and stuff in. So
Right.
it totally caught me off guard. It's really been a product.
Thanks, Neil.
So once again, if it's council's preference, we can bring information about the bylaw, what it says, and then you can make your decision at that point. Or you can direct us to bring forward amendments. I suspect bringing information first. Is better. Once again, we had situations where people say, yes, I'll take it down. As soon as I move in, then we have two families living in the same parcel. And it ends up being an enforcement action. Fortunately, so. We had some discussion about what one of the options is to take a deposit that is sufficient to fund the. Or safely implementing your bylaw, so if there's an amendment to the bylaw, maybe like you be happy to bring.
When are you guys planning on building or do you have?
This is actually a sale, so we're selling our current residence, and we're moving something else, but the buyers, we have 3 people that are looking to sell their houses first before purchasing. Their biggest stipulation is that they do want to live in the house before building something else. So then I contacted the county to see what the whole process was for that, and they said it wasn't possible without sharing it first.
But that one slept through. I totally off guard when you mentioned it to me. I was
Yeah.
pretty upset that I missed that in the Great Wall. But we had the whole bylaw. There was so much
Yeah.
given to us that it was hard to catch everything.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Nope. Thank you guys for coming in, appreciate it, a very well put together presentation. We will get back to you here. Actually have to do some homework and do some great. We will definitely have that answer for you.
Awesome, sir.
Thank you guys very much.
I think we'll get on her quick, so
Yeah.
you don't lose the sale.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Make a motion, we don't want to just bring his information, do we?
You can just, get those information, in which case administration doesn't think.
Yeah.
Direct us to bring forward a report that, provides further information on this aspect of the land use bylaw. It's Christian.
So, bring that forward at the next meeting, and then, we decide to do, amendment, 3 months is gonna go by.
Well, because of the Christmas break, chances are.
Yeah, 3 months gonna go by, is there, yeah, so is there any,
In terms of something that we could do. What are our options?
so we can get this going?
You are not able to amend a bylaw with this resolution, it needs to be reading to public hearing.
Very could be at a council meeting, right?
But no, it must be,
Council meeting.
see what's the word? You see the complexity. Taking a deposit from somebody who then sells the land and then you're forcing on somebody who buys the land. You see how that would be difficult.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody read the recommended motion. Please.
Yeah, I can do it, just let me. Go right here. Lamont County Council Direct Administration prepare a report on the matter brought forward by Ryder Simpson's delegation presentation regarding provisions in the current land use bylaw 848.22, section 8.20.
Okay, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yep.
Okay. Bylaw 6.1, line of credit borrowing.
This is a manual, and that's what we do is we get direction from council to basically establish a line of credit with the ATV. What this allows, if necessary, is for Lamont County to draw on the dollars prior to the major election taxes in July. So generally, we have credit. It is, however, required to secure our credit card. Well, not just way they pick up any.
I think pretty much, Mr. Kowski pretty much covered it all. Yeah, so this bylaw, essentially, it says that it's a borrowing up to $5 million for the purposes of financing ongoing expenditures of the county. Because this is an operational borrowing, there is no requirement to advertise it, but as Mr. Kowski said, essentially it's for the line, to have a line of credit, but also to have our MasterCards are required. And normally a bylaw, once we start a borrowing bylaw, it lasts until it's rescinded. The ATV has a requirement that they need the bylaw to be completed annually. So, that is a little bit different from what the MGA requires, but, because of their requirements, we then will be bringing this bylaw for every year. So, we did this one slightly earlier. Normally it's done in the year, so this is the 2026 bylaw. But I thought that this would be a good bylaw to start off with for the council. And so what we're asking for the first two readings and then unanimous consent to hear third and final. And then, of course, third and final reading. There is no urgency on this one. If council chooses to only do one or two readings today, there is not going to be any problems with our borrowing.
We, we call the MBA on page 161 borrowing bylaw. How can we do it different than what MBA says we got to do here? This is if you read it, says all about borrowing bylaw with has to be advertised and source of the money being paid to principal interest owing under the borrowing bylaw and all that's got to be in there. How can we do it without following the MBA?
If you read further on, there is no requirement to advertise for a bylaw that is operational and less than so if you, in your package on page 35, a borrowing bylaw that, section 256, subsection 3, a borrowing bylaw that authorizes the borrowing does not have to be advertised if the term of the borrowing does not exceed 3 years.
And that's, I was just gonna bring forward, terms of the borrowing shall be due and payable within 2 years of the borrowing. So that's part of our own policy, our own bylaws.
For operating, how many of these credit cards is floating around?
Well,
There are no credit cards for them.
Well, how many is there?
council each has and specific members of administration through the procurement policy that are delegated from CA.
We can send a copy of that offline if you have something.
Okay, so any questions, other questions or concerns?
Yeah.
But it is written, again, I'm gonna have to be written following the new MGA that we got.
Yeah, it is.
I just read that part of it here over the weekend and to me it doesn't match.
Is there some particular areas of concern?
Well, it says you gotta advertise the interest rates, everything in here, we advertise what it's gonna be used for. I don't see in here anywhere that, and again, I might be reading it wrong, that has one floater, one that covers everything, so.
Okay, so if council
Yeah.
chooses, I can walk further through this. So, if you look on page 37, what the money to be used for, is in the borrowing section. So the, section 3, basically states that we can borrow from any Canadian institution. So in this particular case, it's over Treasury matches. Number 4, the maximum amount that can be borrowed under this bylaw will not exceed $5 million, exclusive of interest. How it can be borrowed in one lump sum or in more than one sum. So that's essentially the credit cards is covering that part. It's borrowed on the general credit and security of the county, lays out who the signing authorities are. And then what it's for, so, to apply to AP Bank Financial and obtain a revolving line of credit. So that is essentially those credit cards. And execute on behalf any promissory notes, so that is actually when we do the application for interest. The term, number 8 basically states that, must be paid in full within 2 years, so that meets that advertisement requirement of section 256. And then the maximum interest, so how it's gonna be paid is one of the other things that it asks. And it's from general revenues, so it's in the case of certain borrowings, the reason why it's the source of repayment, so if we were to have a local improvement levy, that would be stating that it would be paid from the local improvement levy. There's different allowances in the MGA for those. It must have a maximum interest rate, so that is number 10, and that is cited that it must not exceed the ATB financial prime lending rate, or any other institution, so that covers that part of them. If we look back, the other government documents that we should be looking at, so page 35, relevant government documents. Section 256 is the section that you would be looking at when you're looking for borrowing. And it states what it can be used for. And the important one for counselors is section 252. And no municipality may make a borrowing if the borrowing will cause the municipality to exceed its debt limit, unless the borrowing is approved by the minister. We're well within our debt limit. I did not add that into the RFP, but that we show that on the annual financial statements every year. And so that's the big area. And then there's some other allowances there that, so doesn't really apply, but in this particular case, a borrowing can be exceed the debt limit if it's for the purposes of clean energy improvements. So essentially, there is no sections in this particular bylaw that go against the MGA. And you'll see on page 36, we're referencing 251, 252, and 256 of the MGA. But if council is concerned with this, normally what you would do in this case is that you would give first reading to the bylaw, get the bylaw live, and then don't do second and third reading. You bring second and third reading back at a future council.
So we need his loan for operation. So where does it say anywhere in here that it'll be won't be drawn on the loan anything but operations? Having my reading. How can we be sure that we won't draw on the loan anything but operations? Should that be in there?
Page 33 on the bottom, it says, if required, up to $5 million for the purpose of financing ongoing operations.
No, in history, essentially, it's the credit cards is the so. This is entitled the operating expenditures borrowing. And the bylaw state at the very top, page 36, being a bylaw of Lamont County, the province of Alberta, to authorize the borrowing and establish a line of credit for the purpose of financing current operating expenses. Now, essentially, this is the template that the province provides. This is not anything that the administration has created. So, again, the options if council chooses to not pass this borrowing bylaw is that then the credit cards would be canceled. We would turn that back to the ATV. And if there was ever a need to go into a line of credit, we would bring it back to council at that particular time to create the bylaw. However, there's the likelihood of the county needing this with $26 million in the bank account is slim to none. However, then at that point, that would come forward. It would come forward at the council meeting anyways, but this is just basically doing the steps ahead of time.
You'd have to apply for all the credit cards again, correct?
Absolutely.
I don't see.
No, I just wanted to make sure that we're following, because this book has been waived to us for the last 2 weeks. And reading it, it wasn't matching, so I just wanna.
Right, well, I think that's. We're responsible for the money, so. Yeah, but I'm very confident here, like how it's explained, and then it's whereas. And whereas it says right on there, it's for purpose for financing operating expenditures. As per section 256, so we're following the MGA to that. So good that you asked for clarification, but then now we know.
Yeah, no, that's what I wanted to see, because it didn't match page 161, so.
I want to 61, sure or not.
It's 251, middle of the page 161.
Okay, 161. Okay, so 251.
251.1.
Yeah, section 251 provides that the municipality may only make a borrowing if the borrowing is authorized by a borrowing bylaw, which is our bylaw.
And then it shows here what it's got in what it's got to have in it. When I've seen the bylaw, and I went to the book here to the borrowing, and it didn't match in my opinion, so.
Well, it's very prudent that council does understand what is in the section for borrowing. Borrowing is one of the things where areas that a council member can be jointly liable if they exceed the debt limit.
I'm not big involved. It's for something. So we're responsible for the money.
Yeah, absolutely. So section 251(2)(a), the amount of money to be borrowed. So that's the 5 million, the maximum rate of interest. Now it doesn't, we have expressed as a percentage, or it says expressed as a percentage. The MGA has, the template has always said that the prime must not exceed the prime lending rate. That could be a concern. See sources of money used to pay the principal. So sources is the general, I quoted it here in another spot. It's from general revenue. So number 9, source of repayment. And then the borrowing must be advertised. Section 3, except for the allowance in section 256. So yeah, 256.3. So 256.3, borrowing bylaw authorizes borrowing does not have to be advertised. The term of the borrowing does not exceed 3 years. So there's instructions on how to do things in certain sections, and then there's allowances in others. So that this particular one is the one that does have an allowance that it does not have to be advertised. So if council has some concerns, the only thing that maybe is that we didn't put it in as a percentage. However, this is the bylaw that, or the template that the province has provided for us to use, so.
So the only thing that we would have gone a little bit different from the MGA is in our own bylaw. It states that will be payable in full within 2 years, and theirs is 3 years.
Yes, and we're doing that so that we're within that allowance. Just to make it, to give that
Little buffers.
little buffers on this.
And historically, we haven't used it.
That's correct. So. And when I've done, borrowings in the past. You know, if we do a percentage rate, you do like a absolutely outrageous percentage rate that would say not to exceed 25% or something like that, so.
Just to be clear, so if there was a big fire in the sand, like big wildfire and stuff before tax time. This is what we'd use to cover, is that what this would be used for?
That was the design, yes,
Yeah, okay.
so,
So-
however,
If you got a big fire and we don't get taxed till July 1st.
This takes care of
Yeah.
it. So you have it.
however, the county's financial position is not that.
We don't need to do it.
But, you know, we would have to go through, you know, our reserves before we want to do this, unless council specifically said, don't take out the reserves, use the borrow.
Is that clear now for everybody?
Yeah. Okay, any questions or concerns?
Yeah, I moved the Lamont County Council to your first meeting to bylaw 896.25, namely the bylaw authorizing the county to make the following. For the purposes of financing the ongoing operating expenditures of the county.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Second reading. of the bylaw.
I can do that. Lamont County Council gives second reading to bylaw 896.25, namely a bylaw authorizing the county to make borrowing for the purpose of financing the ongoing operating expenditures of the county.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. We comfortable with moving on to the our unanimous consent?
Yeah, we'll vote.
Moving to,
So I just a misunderstanding, council votes to determine whether you will consider third reading as the fourth motion. So if you defeat this one, we can still bring back reading another.
Then you guys want clarification on it, basically what it is, so if you're good to go, so you read it and we vote and then both correct. Lamont County Council give unanimous consent to hear third and final reading to bylaw 896.25, namely a bylaw authorizing the county to make a borrowing for the purpose of financing the ongoing operating expenditures of the county.
any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. Everybody's gonna have somebody make the third and final reading of bylaw 896.25.
That Lamont County give third final reading to bylaw 896.25, namely a bylaw authorizing the county to make a borrowing for the purpose of financing the ongoing operation expenditures of the county.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, guys. Moving on to business, 7.1, policy 6070, Beaver Dam flood control.
You'll see the RFP that's being presented on, give you a little bit of history. On page 40 and page 41 is our current policy on beaver control. As Mr. Kowalski has said, in August, it was being brought forward that there'd be some changes being
being recommended. It is the removal of the expenditures and collection of monetary funds to do any work. So we did bring forward to our October ASB meeting, and the resolution stated that the Agriculture Service Board bring this policy 6070.22 to the next council meeting, which brings us to today. So on page 42 and 43 is a current policy that administration is recommending council review and approve.
Any concerns? If we provide this, is this provided like it would be a service then?
Correct.
That way so there'd be no expense to ratepayers.
Correct. If the Agriculture Service Board personnel administration has to go on the property and that's beaver control either with mechanical, physical, or explosives, there would be no cost affiliated with the line.
So what happens if people decide they have them on their property and they want them off and they don't really directly affect any of our waterway or infrastructure?
The only activities that we're currently doing right now is locations where they're affecting our infrastructure, or currently right now that could affect our infrastructure for the upcoming year.
Do you know, so we know what cost it would be if we use mechanical, but can you enlighten us with the cost of what dynamite is kind of per stick or?
Explosives has gone up. We haven't done any explosive work this year, mainly because of it being so dry, but based on 24s, we're looking at roughly about $15 a stick. So when you're doing a beaver dam, by the time you take our labor and the resources into it, you're probably looking at around, and again, approximately $115 a beaver dam.
Since I'm in other approaches you take. Service and benefits. A ratepayer directly is typically subject to a fee for service. So if there's a beaver dam on private land which is causing flooding, which is affecting our roadways, with of the ratepayer will want to remove it. If hypothetically, let's say somebody has affected the drainage pattern, or frankly, just the beaver dam has affected the drainage pattern, but it's not having any direct effect on county infrastructure. The way we address residential smoke clearing, the way we address residential dust abatement is a fee for service based. So, I mean, this is B2 committee, right? There are 2 members. This is a little bit inconsistent with other aspects of.
Just for clarification, it wouldn't affect any of our infrastructure, nothing like that. We, of course, nothing orders.
Well, that's what the current policy suggests. That's some pretty strong and consistent messaging.
So, you have a beaver dam or beaver concern in a dugout, or a unauthorized water channel, and you request the municipality to come in. Our current policy, we would charge them, but with these changes, we would be providing that service no different than anything that's affecting our infrastructure.
It's a free service.
Well, most of the time the beavers don't stay. They'll move
to be a problem for us, so that you're gonna move out of that dugout into the ditch. So it's,
They will make their way somewhere, it will be a problem.
well, so you're getting rid of it before it's a problem for you again, so.
You know, prevent that, right?
Yeah, proactive.
Okay, any more questions or discussion? Somebody make a motion?
I know that Lamont County Council approved policy 6070.25 beaver dam flood control.
Oh, all in favor? Carried. Carried. Okay, future auditing services.
At the organizational meeting, also, with the methods to our audit. Here, this, report which Mr. Boyko will present. We'll get back to what we do beyond 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Parakowski. Yes, Mr. Reed, the auditing company that the county has been using is Metrics Group. They've been in place since 2021, and they were getting through a tendering process to engage the auditing services. At that particular time, they were contracted for a 3-year term, and they've since then that contract has expired, but council elected to continue using their services for 24 and 25. So administration is now looking for direction from council for 2026 and beyond for auditing services for Lamont County. And just to provide a little bit of background, the auditors do report to council. They are the bridge in between council and administration to make sure that the books are being recorded properly and then reported to the province in the manner that the province requests. In a lot of times that councils will then do a tender, pick a firm. If council likes the firm and they're working appropriately, these can extend on for numbers of years. The council has concerns and they want to find a new firm. Maybe there's concerns that the firm is not providing the information required. Administration would look at tendering out for council to review. So essentially on the top of page 49, administration has laid out a couple of the options that council has at this particular point. So number one, we could seek pricing for metrics for a specified period of time, like another 3-year arrangement, or continue with annual contracts as was completed in the last year. Or we could administration could undertake a tendering process starting in early 2026 and be presented at the council meeting in the fall for approval. So the recommendation that administration has put forward is that council direct administration to enter into discussions to obtain some pricing options on financial auditing services. I don't believe council has any concern with the work that's been done by Metrics in the past. The rates are roughly around $30,000 is what we're paying. I didn't look exactly, my apologies, but that's about mid-price for an accounting firm. If council to look at some of the larger, like the big fives, like KPMG, Deloitte, those would be in the $60,000 to $75,000 range, or could go with a small firm in the, you'd be looking significantly less. However, then more work is going to need to be done. Most likely contracted out for that assurance that council has. So.
I'm kind of leaning to number 3, administration undertake a tendering process starting in June 2026 and present to council at September 26th meeting to see what's out there and what the pricing is. It's sometimes a good idea to, with auditors, to switch them once in a while. Let them look at looks at a different angle.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't get that out there, right? Get an idea of what's up there, right? That we're falling right in there.
So we have a 1-year agreement with them right now.
That's right. We will work with us on those May.
Yeah, up 26.
We'll write the 2025 financial statements. Various controls for auditor to choose. They challenge us.
They were very thorough. The young fellow that was in here. He was spot on with any question we had. He had every answer, so.
I'm not saying to change them.
No, yeah, just fine.
Good idea what's out there, that's shopping, right?
Yeah, they're very well respected in the municipal space. They are not the only firm. There's lots of firms out there. And so, yeah, no, absolutely, that, if council wants to look around, then that's one of the things that does add a little bit of difficulty for council's perspective is that learning that trust and transitioning that to the new auditors. And, you know, being able to understand, what council's looking for versus what the accountant's side of things look for. So we'll definitely help if council chooses to take option 3. That's our job to help walk through council and choosing those auditors as well.
I don't think it hurts to get see what's out there, so my opinion.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm on the same fence here. I honestly think we should take a look, see what we got, right?
Been using them since 2021.
That's correct.
They've been the same company name, Matrix.
Yes, they were Hawking, previously they were Hawking Apps Lamont. And then they couple of new partners bought in and the name changed to Metrics Group. It's mostly the same partners. So I believe they said they do 30 some municipalities in the province or.
I knew number 3, but not already.
No, absolutely.
You're already in a contract. So we'll see what's out there and then we can negotiate a new contract with them and just to see what's out there, so.
And it doesn't hurt to see what their pricing and stuff is.
Yeah, see where they're at. They might take a hell of a deal.
Solidify the pricing, so absolutely.
Okay.
Somebody's making that.
So you wanna look at that?
Oh, okay. Number 3.
Yep. Is it right now, there's a motion with number 3? 3. Cool. Okay, Lamont County Council Direct Administration to undertake a tendering process starting in June 2026 and present to council at the September 2026 meeting for approval. Is that gonna be early enough if we're renewing contracts with them and stuff?
Actually, should say by the September 26th meeting.
Yeah.
We'll serve.
Yeah, okay. Lamont County Council Direct Administration to undertake a tendering process starting in June 2026 and present to council by the September 2026 meeting for approval.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. 7.3, 2025 tax sales.
Thank you. So we are on page 51 of the, the purpose of this particular request for decision is to meet the requirements of the Municipal Government Act for any properties in tax arrears to the municipality. And so just for the new councils, I'll walk through what the legislative process is if someone does not pay their taxes. So taxes are due for a calendar year, whether we collect their tax and have a penalty date in the middle of the year. The act specifically says there for January to December. So as of December 31st, if someone does not pay their taxes, they're considered in arrears. And then there's a legislative process that that the administration must follow. So first off, prepare a tax arrears list, and that is posted on the door of the county as well as in the Alberta Gazette. Notify the landowner that their property is in arrears. Sending a tax arrears listing to land title. So what happens is that on the title, when that information is sent to taxes, to land titles, they'll have a note on their title that they're in arrears to the county. What happens if they don't pay that is then that property gets offered as a public auction. And what that the requirements of the public auction is that council must set the date of the auction and the market value of that. Any money in those properties, if they're sold at the auction, that money must go back to the landowner, except for the amount of tax. So just for crazy numbers, the person owes $100 in taxes, but their property's worth $100,000. We get the $100. The rest of the money goes in trust for them to get that. So, but most likely what happens when these tax sales come up, that people find out that their property is going to be put up on the auction block, they come and pay their taxes, it goes off the listing. So council's role at this point is to set those market values and set the date of the auction. Administration goes through all the other notification processes, and we go above and beyond. We try to find as many options to find those people. If we know that they're local residents, we'll have peace officers go and deliver them the notice so that they know that their property is going to be for auction. So we take as many steps as we can. We're not in the land business, we're in the tax business. So what we're asking at this particular point, so the two recommendations is to approve the attached reserve listing, and that is on page 54 of your agenda package. This format is the one that is required for the Gazette. And then the second motion is to select the date for the tax sale motion. And so this recommendation is February 4th, commencing at 11 a.m. And this is you will, as councilors, convene every year meetings, unless, of course, there's nothing. Questions at that point?
This is actually a trustee property, is it not? From the province of Alberta, so how does that?
We still have to go through the process. So. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Right, any questions or concerns? Yes. Motion.
Tax reserve bid listing for the 2025 sale properties as recommended by Accurate Assessment Group Limited.
All right. Turns. All in favor?
In favor, yeah.
Carried. All right, 7-4, Blue Ram Energy Terminal land. Oh.
Lamont County Council Director Administrator to conduct the 2025 tax sale on Wednesday, February 4th, 2026, commencing at 11 a.m. Right, that's second.
Question or concern? All in favor? Carried. All right, 7.4, Blue Ram Terminal land, 305.1 change. Or assessment.
So Mr. Reed, the new councillors will notice that this is a briefing note. We're using this to inform you. We're not recommending specific action. We're just wanting to ensure that you're aware that this is occurring. Go ahead, Mr. Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Kornowski. So, so we're on page 55 of the agenda. I'm actually going to take you to page 56 to start off with. So, a little bit of history. So, if you see on the bottom of page 56, it says information for September 2024 briefing note to council. So, in 2024, the county was made aware of a appeal of taxes to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal, formerly called the Municipal Government Board, so MGB, that's what their former name was. For Synovus Energy had filed complaints in regards to their 2020, 2021, and 2022 assessments. And so there's, just for the newer council members, assessment is based on the previous year. So there's an assessment year and a tax year. So we're working in tax year 2025, but it's assessment year 2024 that we're using that information. So so when you see a assessment year, tax year, that's the differences there. So in those 2021 to 2022 assessment years, the major difference that happened was that the assessment code was changed. So they went from a buildings and structures to machinery and equipment. The main difference in that is that machinery and equipment does not pay school tax or education tax. So there wasn't a significant change in the dollar value of the assessment. It was the code made a significant change. And you'll see in on page 58, that their tax, the total tax bill changed by over $2 million. So that, the majority of that, $1 million of that was due to the requisitions. So coming to today, on September 15th, Lamont County was given notice from the industrial assessor, and this assessment is done by the province through the designated industrial property assessment. So there's two types of audit assessors here. There's her regular assessors, who is Accurate Assessment Group. They're the residential ones you're going to see looking at houses and commercial buildings. The designated industrial property assessors is ones from the province, and they're like plants like Synovus or other gas plants and specific properties. They provide that information. So the province provides that directly. And so we were notified of a section, it's in the MGA section 305.1, that there was a change in assessment for the 2024 assessment year, the 2025 tax year. And you'll see the top of the page 56, the dollar value of assessment that was changed. And then down in the middle, walks through what the dollar value of taxes is. So essentially, they've had a reduction of taxes of 286,000 based on this this particular appeal that they've had. So essentially, this is just a briefing note for council to let council know that we've had, and the reason why we bring this one forward, and council doesn't necessarily see all of the provide claims, this is a major taxpayer within our municipality. And you know, a $285,000 reduction in $38,000 reduction in taxes is significant for council.
You're gonna see this on the revenue line when we start addressing budget.
That's correct.
Yeah, even with that also, it's gonna be, it directly affects your education tax and everything, right?
And what the effect on that education tax is, the education tax is a dollar value for the county must be paid, and it's then split amongst the rest of the residents. When they go down like this, that means the rest of the residents have to pay more than this particular one taxpayer, so. And so that's the big change, so.
Last year, education tax for the county of Lamont itself was 11%.
It went up 11%.
The,
noticed on your
Yeah.
orders with a house.
the tax rate went 11%. Plus any assessment growth, so. So if you had a 4% assessment growth on your particular property, you would have had a 15% increase in your education taxes. And those education taxes, we are just a flow through. We collect them for the province and we pay them directly to them. So the only time it becomes difficult is if the taxpayers don't pay, we still have to pay it out. So we get an invoice from the province, they say, here's how much it is, go forth and collect it. And so there is one grant is what they're calling it, but for the education taxes, we can apply to the government for oil and gas companies who have not paid their education tax, so.
So just a question. You know, reading through, how did the assessment change from buildings and structures to the machinery and equipment? Like, what was the assessment? What made them?
So the main difference is that, so building structures is set out and it's okay, what's the market value of that? You have this plant that does one thing, this plant that does another thing, that'd be considered buildings and structures. What their main appeal was that they were saying they got one type of product and two types of product, but then they mixed it so that it became a process as opposed to a storage facility. So most likely what the first assessment was based on is that in Synovus's case, it comes from a pipeline that's put in a storage facility, puts on a train and shipped somewhere else to be sold. So that's a building with a structure inside it. But once we start to get into process, then it becomes a regulated, it's called regulated assessment, and that processing is what the Land and Property Rights Tribunal said, okay, yeah, no, they believe that it became the machinery and equipment, so that there was equipment required to blend these two particular products to become a third product. So, and that was the main thing in that, in short, that the decisions are there in those links. They're like 300-page documents. But yeah, that's in short what they said. And our position back to the assessors was they should know these things and we shouldn't, these 305 changes hurt planning that we do. So, you know, when we have to give back $1 million of taxes that we've collected, you know, those have already been put in the budget somewhere. Have been, you know, dedicated, whether they're dedicated to go to reserves or they're dedicated to go to a project, they've still been dedicated, so.
So a few reminders, the assessment was done by the province
Mhm.
on an accurate assessment. The other thing is that, as at Sonova, thought, hey, we could probably get away with thing over the last, the property rights tribunal in 2 years. Those are two important. One, be concerned that the Land and Property Rights Tribunal is reinterpreting provincial legislation. If more of this happens, it could be very harmful to our non-residential revenues.
And that is a concern that administrators are bringing forward to the assessors. Is we need to be aware of these things in our, planning.
Yeah, well, I guess that's kind of where I was leading with that, like. This is something that we're gonna see more and more of now.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully, so, yes,
So that can get costly quick.
absolutely. So,
This one.
This one already
Got
hurts.
cost quick.
Yeah, this one already hurts.
Yeah, and now they're doing another year, so
Yeah, so we still have to do 2024 yet.
they're working on 2024 right now, so.
Yeah. But this one is the one that 2024's assessment year.
Mhm.
But they're working on 2025 assessment right now. And then the one thing is, so to be fair to both sides, the county side is to get as much assessment as we possibly can. The resident side is to pay, get as little assessment as they possibly can, so that it's the constant battle back and forth. So they're doing their efforts. These companies have departments of people to fight their assessments, because they, if they can get back $286,000, they can do a lot with that. So, but where we're pressuring the assessment department is that we need to have accurate numbers, that they should be. I believe that there should be 1 or 2 appeals every year, so that we're pushing our assessment and our assessors as hard as they can. But we need to make sure that they're not going too far with that assessment, so.
You can see how much school taxes, senior housing and everything is for a planning.
So our recommendation in this would be essentially to accept this as information. This is for council's essentially for council to be able to be aware of this situation. And when you're needing that to make other decisions, to be able to know that these things are happening.
Well, as the deputy revoiced this point, an opportunity to express to residents just how important non-residential taxpayers are in terms of paying a fee, whether it's taxes or whether it's school taxes or otherwise.
Okay, I move the Lamont County Council accept the report on the Bruderheim Energy Terminal land change of assessment.
All right, any questions or concerns? Debate? All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. Do we wanna do a recess? 2-minute recess?
10 minutes.
10? 1-minute recess? Okay. We'll call a recess at 10:19. We'll be back at 10:30. All right, welcome back, everybody. Continue our council meeting for today. We're moving on to 7.5, provincial mandate letters.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. The premier has taken to defining expectations of the ministers and the various provincial ministries in the past number of weeks. And we thought it was a good time to brief council on some of the factors in those mandate letters that may affect Lamont County.
Thank you, Mr. Jarowski. So, yes, council, so, we're on page 59 of the agenda package. And so we provided a few of the mandate letters that are, specific to Lamont County's situation. And so you'll find on page 73, the RDA did an overall analysis of these letters and how they affect municipalities. However, we have a couple of specific situations that thought might warrant some additional discussion. Two of those are the two that we had in mind was the bridge program, the Strategic Transportation Initiative, SIP funding that we get for bridges, as well as our water, processed water plant. So if we go to page 60 in your package, that there is a couple of things. So first off, the municipal affairs had a letter to them, and the one thing that council needs to be aware of is that one of the mandates that is coming to them is in consultation with the municipalities and the business community, explore and make recommendations for ways to limit excessive municipal tax increases for businesses and residents. So that is something that we'll have to be aware of in budget. And the administration will be presenting information at that time. But in regards to our two different projects that I've had, so the first one is the one to Honorable Rebecca Schultz, the Minister of Environment and Protected Areas, is that to introduce substantive amendments to the Water Act to improve access to water licenses for municipalities, industry and agricultural producers, and increase water availability. So the processed water items that we have is definitely something that fits in with this mandate. And the second one is the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors. And the top one fits quite well into the processed water project as well. In coordination with the Associate Minister of Water and Municipal Affairs, accelerate the development of an integrated water program that facilitates increased water treatment and distribution for residential, industrial, and agricultural water use across Alberta. Previously, the grants that were available were only for residential use. So any industrial use or agricultural use was actually held back from the granting program. So Water for Life was the previous program, as well as the Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Program. So I have had discussions with the ministry, and most likely that grant program is going to change for 2026. That industrial water will be allowed through that. So you will see in future RFPs that we're going to be looking at putting some pressure on the province to fund our project additionally through that. And then, of course, there's the other items for the bridges that the council is going to be aware of. Continue to expand and improve Alberta's highway network and bridge infrastructure. another couple of water items there. But one of the things that that I wanted to discuss is that one of the best practices for municipal government is to meet elected official to elected official. So county councilors to MLAs and advocate for the needs of residents and stakeholders. So if it's the will of council is to engage in this type of advocacy, administration is going to arrange for meetings with Minister of Transportation and Environment so that high priorities of council can be addressed. So that would be one of the recommendations that that can come out of this briefing note if council so chooses. So I won't go through all of the other stuff in the package because I'm sure council's had the opportunity to read that. But is there any questions that the council has for administration at this time?
Kind of a quick question. With reading on further here, with our infrastructure, like our bridges and stuff and our STIP grants. There's a couple that are in our industrial area, and then there's quite a few that are in our county. Do we maybe want to consider doing like our neighboring municipalities and have somebody contract the application for the STIP grants? Seems like, I'm not sure why, but our neighbors got a lot, they seem to be getting a lot more. I'm not sure if we're doing something different that they are, that.
Let me start and I'll ask Mr. Beats to finish. We do have a contracted company do our bridge assessments. What we do is we take the information from them and we formulate them into our RFPs, but it's the information from from WSP that goes to the province. From that perspective, I think we're doing anything different than others. You would have heard that Midburn County had many approved.
Yeah.
What we have come to understand is that Midburn not only submitting for culvert or bridge replacements, they were also submitting for maintenance. And you could understand how a number of maintenance items could be approved at 1/10 or less of the cost. And so maybe what we could do is pursue more maintenance items, although, you know, we do look at the lineup on the assessments of all of the bridges. The reality is if we put forward maintenance items, chances are we will lose
critical replacement.
items.
I was told we're not doing the paperwork right. That's all they is doing the paperwork for Minburn and stuff. They're doing it different and they're getting bridges approved.
I spoke with the head person in transportation and not to argue Councilor Lois, but they're looking at the bridge inspection forms and they have the amount of what the rating is, and they're essentially saying that ours are not in bad enough shape yet compared to others. But the big part about this is that in competitive grants, the minister has a lot of power, and advocating with the minister and with our MLA goes a long distance when you're looking for these grants. So in fact, it was just before this briefing note was written, I had a conversation with them because they called us about some of the work that we're doing with process water. And so at the time, it's an odd combination that the same person in the ministry is responsible for water and for bridges. So, but they consider the STIP grant and the municipal water and wastewater grant to be in the same category. So the big part that's going to make this difference is advocacy. And the number, we could definitely put more applications in. But that advocacy, talking to the minister, is going to go miles farther than just an application.
Darby, is there anything you want to add?
All I can add, when we're applying for our bridge grants. STIP program was amended a number of years ago. There's now a certain threshold, 33.3% on the structural rating. Anything over that, they won't consider anymore. So, and that is kind of Lamont County's issue with the STIP program, is because a lot of our bridges are sitting around 35, 40, 50%. So they still have some usable life left, but they're not quite bad enough that the problems can consider funding replacement. For the 2025 program, we applied for the 8 grants. We didn't receive any. We've done 2 projects this year, one with previous grant and one using federal funding. We're going to continue applying for the same projects, other than the ones that we did this year, because those are all the ones based on our recent inspections that meet the criteria. And you're applying for a STIP grant to do maintenance. You're prolonging the useful life of a bridge or a culvert, but you're only going to get so many years out of that.
Yeah.
Eventually, that does need to be replaced. And you know, as Mr. Trotsky said, if we're applying for 8 or 10 maintenance projects, yes, we may be successful, but our other structures that need to be replaced may get put off.
I think that's all I was kind of questioning, was so that we don't maintain it enough where it takes away from our effectiveness of replacing the bridge. And also, I did want to also see where in the heartland, because of infrastructure coming in, that those get prioritized over top of the rest of our ratepayers and the accessibility to their properties or lands or roads. Just by doing some maintenance over here, we get something over there bettered when these ones need to be bettered first. So
203, what's wrong with that bridge? All of a sudden it's.
So yeah, that bridge, we had staff doing inspections and we noticed the west 3 girders on the south span had dropped 1 inch to 1.5 inches. We had WSP come out, do a level 2 coring inspection. They found rot in the pile cap bridge girders sit on the west portion. So we've got a memorandum back from them late last week, and we'll be putting out issuing a tender hopefully for corrections to replace that rotted pile cap. The rest of the structure is in good shape. The bridge is 50-some years old.
It's one of our newer bridges. Must be Creek. It's one of our newer bridges.
So it's structurally everything is good other than that one section of pile cap. It's a 2-span bridge and 3 sections of it have dropped. I've inspected it last week. It isn't moving right now. And the best course of action is to replace that pile cap in the winters when they can work from underneath.
It was just weird because the neighbor there, all 75 Super B loads to the home, and we rent some land and crossed the Super B, and the next day there were signs. My kid said, "What were you driving on?" Like, what was it changed from full weight to and nothing.
Yeah, and you know the issue there wasn't identified because there was some gravel sitting on the bridge deck. So when they cleaned the gravel out, that's when they noticed the drop in the structures. So the recommendation from the inspector was to either lower the put on a weight restriction to 5 tons or close that west portion of the bridge. So least impactful is we put that weight restriction on, and we're hoping to get that remedied and fixed here in the new year.
How big of a job is that? Just
Ballpark 50 to 60,000.
yeah, because that bridge is one of our better ones in Division 5 across Beaver Creek, all the way from Star. It's one of our newer bridges, so.
Good regular reports. Yes.
Okay.
How many bridge culverts and bridges are there in the county?
182 structures. Of those, I believe 61 are bridges. I mapped right to our office.
Yeah, how many are wood deck bridges yet?
I believe we've got 8 wood deck structures left.
Just read ahead a little bit in the agenda package, you'll see that we made a request to Minister Grecian. And in item 12.2, our request to meet with the minister at RMA was refused. Similarly, we made a request to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. 12.3, you'll see the request was. There's another column.
Well, and if council wishes, we can, that was just at our May conference, we could, set up some meetings, or try to set up some meetings at other times as well, so. And, one of the things about RMA is that it's a 15-minute meeting and there's 10 other municipalities waiting in line behind them. Sometimes having a separate meeting can be more fruitful over.
Let's invite the minister here.
Sorry?
Invite the minister here. We had Minister MacGyver come to one of our meetings.
Yeah, Mr. Williams will show.
Yeah.
Maybe we should advocate our MLA to take her on a road tour and show her some of our infrastructure.
Yeah.
But maybe we should invite him. We might be the first. He might come.
Look, if council is in agreement with that, we can absolutely work to make that
To
happen.
invite the Minister of Municipal Affairs, right?
Yeah. I'm not ready.
Minister MacGyver came one day to a meeting, yeah.
Well, and Minister of Transportation would be, with the projects that we have going for both our STIP grants and our water project would be definite ones where.
Maybe nobody's invited him. Maybe we'll be the first to get him. Yeah. They would all you say no.
Yeah. Do that quite often.
So work with the area authority to invite the ministers of municipal. Maybe even.
Okay, so there'll be two motions. Can I have somebody make a motion on the first as information, please?
Sure, that Lamont County accept the information on the provincial mandate letters as information.
Questions, concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried.
I can do the second. She'll print it out there. No, not our meeting, this is too late. Just to invite them, they came down, we had a special meeting with Mr. MacGyver.
Meet along.
We went, it wasn't RMA, we went to the legislature once, and once Mr. MacGyver came here, Minister MacGyver came here.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll read it out, if you want to change it. Lamont County Council Director Administration to work with MLA Jackie Homnick Armstrong to invite the Minister of Municipal Affairs, Dan Williams, the Minister of Transportation, Economic Corridors, Devin Grecian, and Minister of Environment, Rebecca Schultz to meet with Lamont County Council.
Okay, any questions or concerns? Motion? All in favor? Yeah. Carried. All right, 7-6, the Métis Nation of Alberta grant application support.
To read while, more, that's all the line. We received a request from the Métis Nation to, collaborate with them on fire protection. And I'm gonna say the name of the Métis Nation was Steve.
Okay, thank you for your time. We received this communication from the Métis Nation of Alberta. They are looking to apply for a grant through Wawanesa. If successful with this grant, they would be looking to spend these grant monies on fire smart or fire prevention type initiatives for the area. As well as if they are successful in their grant proposal, they would be looking to include local fire services in these initiatives as well. And reduce that fire risk in the area.
In English, what are they asking for? That's right.
So they are applying for this grant. It's their initiative. The grant requirement is that the local fire service or the authority having jurisdiction supports their proposal for this grant. They're looking to provide fire prevention measures out in the area. So it would be education. There would be some promotional videos that they would be looking to produce, as well as limiting dense fire growth out there, removing some trees and grasses and stuff like that. So it's just to become more proactive with wildfire risks in the area.
Do they own land in the county?
Yes.
This is
So that map provided,
Yeah.
shows the location. That land was purchased from Ducks Unlimited.
Okay. By the Métis.
By the Métis Nation of Alberta Association, sorry.
So, what do you want to know?
Right now, I'm not sure. It's open land to the best of my knowledge. But they are looking to, I think it's more so just maintain and clean the areas.
They're looking to build an interpretive center where there'll be some hiking paths through the area with some signs. It's a unique property with 5 different types of wild and tame grasses in it. So they want to make it a cultural interpretive center. So they put some fire something else. Yeah, all of them.
Once they get it.
All they're looking for from us at the time is the support of council so that we can sign the grant application as the authority having jurisdiction for fire.
Is this something we do with somebody already, like, they want to give her participate? Is it, something, this would be something new for you guys, right?
Yeah, this would be, yeah.
Which we are, so they're actually working through FireSmart BC because FireSmart Alberta has not taken a hold within the province yet. So they are working with FireSmart BC, which will transfer over into FireSmart Alberta, should they be successful.
The Beaver Hills Biosphere did something similar, a fire smart plant in the Beaver Hills area, and there was a government grant for that. That's like just maintaining, reducing the risk of fire in these areas that have all these natural areas. So, yeah, there was a grant for that, and that was about maybe 10 years ago. So it's probably something similar. Yeah, I would believe so.
This is the first grant that they're after in Alberta. This is gonna be.
In our,
just, these are more actually coming around.
They are applying for others, but they have others. This is a new purchase for them. They purchased this land last year. 23. From Duxon.
But really beyond giving our support, what are they looking from for
That's
us?
it. No,
Just
there's
there's no financial implications or anything.
That's not gonna change.
No,
A year from now, say we were partners with them, because we, no?
no, we're the authority having jurisdiction as the fire service providing our support to that. If they're successful and they host the fire workshops, we would be a stakeholder that would be invited to participate with them, but there's no obligations for us.
Just to set out, if you notice, one of our previous fire chief is the one that is instrumental in applying for this grant package.
He's the emergency management director for making nation.
Oh, that's where you. Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Text, but I didn't see him there.
Okay, any other questions, concerns, or discussion? Read the motion, make a motion.
Support of the Métis Nation of Alberta. Métis government. Massacred that one.
Pleasure concern. All in favor? Carried. 7.7 follow-up action plan for November 4th, 2025.
This is a regular recurring item on the council agenda for the new councillors. It's a mechanism that we use to keep track and report back on resolutions that council makes. So in 3 weeks at the next council meeting, you'll see resolutions that you made today on this report. And you'll see whether it is something that is working on over the long term. It may show as ongoing. It may be something that's in progress. Will occur in the next little while, or it may show as complete, something that we've already done. So that's what we've got here. And we've got shading that goes along with each of those. So generally speaking, what I do is I ask if councillors have a question to use the index number on the left side. We have an item to do in terms of implementing the dust control policy based on some discussion on that. It's on September 9th. We had direction from council, which is still in progress around it. Guess this one could pretty much show as a closed memo. Some drainage improvements in Long Township 60. Is that in there?
Some rock piles there yet. Yeah, so we, as part of the construction, we had to put a rock down on downstream end to prevent erosion on the bank of the creek. The contractor's work was completed and inspection is being done today with the contractor, just to make sure there's no deficiencies or errors. We do have a warranty period on it. We are working with the downstream landowner as well to deal with some ongoing issues from the original road construction.
Those dams seem pretty high. Is they gonna stop the water? Shouldn't those rocks be a rock bed all the way down?
So that rock dam is built as per the design that Alberta Environment reviewed. It's allows the water to flow through it, but prevents the rush of water in the spring. If we get a culvert that's frozen, let go, prevent that rush of water. So it allows it consistent.
I understand was the need to move more materials, so our price has exceeded somewhat the original estimate.
Yeah, so our contractor provided an estimate based on the preliminary designs. Their total volume of material removed from site was over what they had estimated. But our engineering numbers are down, so we're actually within the budget that council approved for the project.
So using those two as examples, are there any others that we get to hear about?
Darby, truck bill that Heartland Station, we're told to pump in by the end of the year, we're 60 days from the end of the year or less. What's
So,
happening?
yeah, so as reviewed with the previous council on that one, we had reached out to the original engineering firm with Heartland Station. And back and forth with them, their estimate was equal to or exceeded our entire budget for that project. We're working with a new consultant. We've been trying to bring them up to speed on the design of it, our requirements for that new pump are. We're hoping to meet with them next week and be able to proceed with that construction. It may again be pushed into the new year, but it is work inside. It is work that can be done for the winter.
It'll be on schedule for the end of the year.
I'm anticipating that we'll have started, but it may not be fully operational until the new year. It just depends on how soon we can get the contractor lined up.
What did I see? They got some equipment there and stuff for the landscaping. What are they doing there? I thought you were gonna tell us what they're doing before they start, so.
So the work we're doing there is the final landscaping. We've been in there a couple of times over the last number of years. And as council had directed us before, we're trying to make it so it's nice and smooth. We're reducing the drop into the ditches that were done between the highway and the access road. And removing the height of the original topsoil berms on the south side of the access road. So by the time we're done there, everything will be done and smoothed out.
What are we doing there?
That material will be likely hauled to St. Michael. If it's marginal, if it's topsoil, hauled to our yard and used for culvert installations.
St. Michael landfill.
St. Michael landfill, if it's marginal, it's clay, we'll keep it, but likely there won't be any clay there. And if it's clean topsoil that we can reuse, we'll bring it to our yard and use it for future projects.
That berm is all topsoil they put along the road and then blocked off the drainages. There never were water standing there, and now there's water. This you guys are updated with third time they're trying to. Water used to go down the ditch and around, and they blocked it off, so lots was going through the yard and Bruce floods now in the spring. So they're trying to correct all that.
7.
Township Road 574.
So that project, we did end up finding a close source of clay. We used clay. It's about 3,000 cubes of clay we hauled in there. The road was built up for the majority of it. Clay caps in most of the areas. It was gravelled. Inspected it last week after the moisture we received. There is no significant rutting, but it is likely going to need to be dried out and more gravel put onto it.
Head east of 170 and take a look at that road. There's gravel over you cross 170. There's no gravel to the thing, so. So Peter, you had sent an email that once graveling was done, you were gonna send a test. Was that before the graveling was done or supplementary gravel? Yeah, just some grading there and
Said that the learning is that we didn't put enough grass.
yeah.
2. Is that should be not ongoing anymore, that'll be a complete.
Yeah, we haven't received the bill yet, but in all respects, it's.
Yeah, I did reach out to the CAO Shipman last week. There was our grader operator in the area, there was some running. They're working with the contractor to fix some deficiencies. We can offer our assistance because we do maintain the road on their behalf at cost. But we don't want to do any work and bill them for work that their contractor needs to be responsible for. So they are working through their engineer and their contractor to make sure that it is fixed up. As Mr. Tarnowski said, we have not received a bill. Backup information.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of driving through there in the rain. It's still quite soft. Quite soft. Definitely not want 2 trucks leaving there.
Number 20 was not
Yeah, that's the matter that we can be discussing.
Any other questions? Any other one?
was asking item report his information.
Questions or concerns? I make a motion that the Lamont County Council meet the November 4th, 2025. And then there's no other one. All right, 7.6, map. Or 8. That map was added. The map was already added, right? Yeah, we made the motion. 7, we'll move on to 7.9, which is Range Road 164 status.
7.8, 164.
I got these all in order.
Let's have a lot of worry about the numbers.
Okay. Okay, I got an order there now. Sorry. Sorry about that. 7.8, Range Road 164 status.
Okay, so I was just wondering what did drive it on portions of it on Sunday. Stopping the tracks. 2-wheel drive, you won't get moved. And you didn't even stray off the beaten path like past the vehicle. So my concern is I don't think that road is going to heal this fall or this coming spring. So I don't know what the intention is to add more gravel and make it passable for the winter and hold the freezers or.
So what we've done, since we had the moisture starting last week, and the road did, start rotting up and, clay was coming up. We tried just leveling up the big ruts, in the middle of last week. And the grader operator was able to get, the first portion on the north of 45, north of the, magnesium. So we'll put a mile down, north of 45. We were able to gravel that on Friday. Grader operator also worked Saturday, got another portion done. And then yesterday we were able to gravel all day. And don't have the exact tonnage we put on there yesterday yet. But we're able to gravel the whole road. We're moving another grader up in the area that maintain the local road, so that operator can spend time working that road more, so 2 to 3 times a week to try and dry it out, work it out. He's also set up a packer on his grader so we can try and get compaction on the road. We used 1.5-inch gravel to try and add some heavier gravel onto it. That was a close source of the analog pit. Not really sure why it happened, whether it was material was too dry, whether there was some topsoil that didn't get mixed out properly when we were doing the shoulder pull. There's two sections that really did not hold up. We have the south section that we injected magnesium and lime into. It was holding up beautifully last week, even when it was wet. Same as the few dust controls, we used magnesium and just did a surface spray. They were holding up well. So as best I can figure, moisture got down in the clay, and that's what caused the rutting. We had some heavy traffic go through there when it was raining, when it was wet, Tuesday. So we're working on the plans to try and keep working on it and try and cut that base and get it to a safe state over the winter. And we'll have to monitor it in the spring to see whether we're going to have to re-gravel again.
Would have some ratepayers, agriculture ratepayers said, why don't we gravel 165, 580, Highway 45? Because that would probably be their choice which road if they were hauling grain. I don't think anybody ever wants to venture on that road, now or in spring. So that's kind of, I did drive that on Sunday. I think that's going to be kind of the term choice. There are 3 or 4 big farmers there. I think we should gravel that stretch of, maybe you don't have to put 250 tons per mile, but put some material on there just so that truck traffic can go there over fall and in spring.
I was on that road last week when I was looking at 164 and 574. That road wasn't gravel this year. There is still a good amount of gravel. Definitely doing a 200 spread on that road would end up in significant gravel loss in the winter. But we can look at doing a light spread almost 6 miles to make sure that if it's going to see increased traffic in the spring, the traffic, because there is some traffic on there, but the problem historically a lot of the traffic has been using 160.
So is CLH using any of those roads?
CLH is using 164, 162, 580. They don't have a road use agreement to use 165, but they do use it for their agricultural purposes.
Yeah, I sent that email out on Thursday night and no response from anybody, so that's why I brought it up today. So yeah, I guess we'll see. I know that over the years, I think Gerald, you remember when we did the Wally Road, we did shoulder pull in middle of January. Wasn't much snow, so we pulled all that grass and clay out of the ditch, put it on the road. Spring came, we windrowed all the mud to one side, and it stayed like that for 6 weeks.
Yeah, till we got weather, put it back down.
So that's my fear, that could be 164 and come spring. So if we could divert some of that traffic, some go down 162. But these grain producers, you can't really tell them where to haul grain. So that's kind of my position on 164 and 165 and those two. Council's in agreement with, I think, some of that gravel.
Two separate? Or we can do both as information?
Information and action on the gravel.
Information on 164 and action on 165. I can make the motion. To give a light spread of gravel at 165. 6 miles from 580. Gravel.
Yeah, you'd have to use your judgment on the spread. It's not a wide road, so, you know. Yeah, don't waste it. You want to be under.
It'll push in the ditch.
Oh, yeah, we gotta do something.
And if you can do it now when the road is soft and wet, it'll.
Put it in, it'd be good to get it this week, yeah. Lamont County Council accept the report on Range Road 164 as information. And direct administration to vet gravel on Range Road 165 as discussed.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Yeah. Carried. 7.10, 2026 gravel program.
Okay, just, I think at one point our last September 9th meeting or something, I thought there was a comment made that maybe we would review, the new council would review the 2026 gravel program, like stockpiling, putting on roads or quantities, or just a general discussion on that.
I don't recall exactly what the discussion was. I know we discussed our practice of bringing our gravel program to council in the new year, typically around February, March, for discussion and possible amendments. We bring those forward based on what our grader operators are requiring in each of their areas, and to ensure that our capital goes in the most needed areas. As we discussed with council earlier, previous council earlier in the year, our plan is to stockpile our 2026 gravel this fall. We had a request from our gravel supplier that due to limited space in the pit, if we could haul it earlier, they wouldn't charge us the initial rate until January 1st, or anything removed prior to January 1st. And we had originally anticipated to start that yesterday, but with the weather we had last week, we've postponed the haul start date to November 12th, weather dependent. We've looked up a number of local contractors, and we're hopeful that we can start, but it will depend on weather. We've got some snow forecasted this week, and they don't trust the forecast at the end of next week. So whether we are able to start on this one. So for stockpiling in Lamont and St. Michael to Township Road 580 and then west to 855. And for the downward pit at St. Michael, we will have to wait until the road freezes so we can use 164.
But I thought we waited for the roads. All the plans we own graders and water trucks, so starting early, we gotta wait till the road freezes. That's a point of stockpiling, is we wait for the roads to freeze, we don't wreck roads.
I worry about 580, you know. You know.
Once the roads are frozen, it'll be okay.
Giver, right?
But we gotta wait.
Solid.
But that's what we always did, we waited for roads and roads.
Well, it saves all the problems.
Yeah, well, that's why we do it.
Yeah.
Frozen roads, no water truck, no graders,
No repairs.
just easy peasy, all around.
There any quantities that we can get for what's going to each site?
Yeah, I can, and let council know later today, can email council with the quantities. We have approximately 85,000 tons, of gravel we're purchasing this year. We've split it up, between the 4 sites, and we try and leave them up in the pit to go all directly to the roads, or, north of Highway 45 and east of Highway 55. Position to, be around and make it nice. You would, hit the. Also to do some sanitary, other things that.
And then, we also have, divisional patch gravel use. We have numbers for that.
Yeah, we did, do a report for council October 26th, I think it was.
Yeah.
September, August, or. Is it on? September. Yeah, it's September, yeah, we could. Sure. So we can bring those before the next meeting.
Okay, just another question. It's back, how did you shoulder the pull on 580, Mission 3 go?
So it did really well, and we went and inspected. So I met Jeremy and Corey out there with previous council member, and that road's holding up very good. Yeah. We haven't seen it. She was there. Well, I think it's decent.
As long as we keep the gravel all off until it's froze.
Did we write the cat for the gravel haul?
We were going to rent a cat last week, we put it off. Our D6 is currently working in the gravel pit. We have funding set aside for the work in the gravel pit under that capital project. We were anticipating renting a dozer with a river to work on the gravel pit, and then D6 would go on to the haul.
What's it gonna cost to rent the cat on the river?
For a D6 equivalent to what we have is about 15,000 a month. For a D8 is about 18,000. It just depends on how they're set up. So we've talked to different rental companies to see what's available and what would meet our needs out there.
The price of gravel is going up.
Does the recommended motion for the stream meet your requirement?
Thank you. Say gravel quantities hauled out or.
Yeah, I've got the 3 things, the stock farming volumes that you plan, the 24-25 actual ground spread.
Okay.
Routes.
You said you rented the cattle, how are they working in the pits yet?
So
I will close this one. Okay.
Lamont County Council Direct Administration to prepare a report on the gravel program for the next council meeting.
Questions or concerns?
Favor?
Carried. Great. So we will move on to 7.11, Alberta Transportation Gravel Pit.
Okay, so of course I drive by almost daily and I see what's going on, but I think maybe just give the rest of council a highlight of what we're doing there and just both both sides, both bids are kind of related a bit, so maybe give us update on.
Yeah, I think all council is aware, we have two gravel pits that are across the road from each other, the inverted transportation pit, on the west side. And the Petsar pit on the east side. As part of a capital project for this year, we started reclamation, extraction. In the original, approval, was just the Petsar pit and the AT pit were separate, but in an update, they were added under the same approval. And the most current pit plan identifies that we would start in the northwest corner of the inverted transportation pit, work our way east to Range Road 162, and then once that's mined out and reclaimed, then work on the east side of the road and the Petsar pit would commence. So we've removed all of the crushed gravel that was on site. We've taken all of the excavated pit run, we've hauled that over to the stockpile site on the east side of the Petsar pit up in the northeast corner, and we've started excavating in the northwest corner. So if there's a panhandle in the northwest that's been mined out, we're starting placing our subsoil there, and we're continuing our way east up to the existing water body on the south side. So as we go, we're finding pockets of gravel and areas where there's some gravel down feet. So it's a little spotty in that area, but as we move further east, based on the testing records, it's going to be more consistent. So we're excavating, and then we're cleaning behind ourselves. So we're having to double handle a little bit of the material, and so we can get an area behind us that we can stockpile that subsoil and then push it into the excavation.
How far back to the boundary do you have to be?
So we're keeping a meter buffer off of the property line, and then the slopes on the north side, we have a 20-to-1 requirement. The slopes on the south side, I believe, are a 4-to-1 requirement of existing excavation area. And the majority of that land under the current reclamation plan is a lot of it is going to be end up as a wetland or an intake. Okay. So we're looking now. There's probably 3 feet of water in it. On the north side, it's a little bit deeper. It's natural groundwater, so the water levels drop, and not completely. As we go through, we're trying to mine what we can, but there's going to be a certain point where we may have to start dewatering purposes to get some of that gravel.
They did testing. Did you testing again of the whole site?
So there was testing done 3 separate times over the years. We've mapped that, and then as we go, we're doing testing to identify, what pockets are where. Is potentially gravel outside the west boundary, but we didn't have rights to it. These also pursue in the future. But that area right now is a little spotty. We can go 8 feet down here and 4 feet over, hit nothing but pure clay. So it's that panhandle is not a consistency in ground. So there is no approval to mine through Range Road 162. If we were to do that, we would need Alberta transportation approval. That's something that we can, if council wishes us to pursue, we can identify how much gravel is in the road and see whether it's financially feasible to remove that gravel.
How wide was slotted in the quarter mile, and how wide is that, Joe? Where the gravel is?
I think it'd be a quarter mile, probably 300 meters wide. Yeah, about 300 meters.
We got a pavement bit to make a road back.
Yeah, I got that's a picture. That's just all kind of thing.
We rented a 450 crack hole for that. What's it cost us?
That rental was 16,000 per month.
60,
16.
16.
Council had set aside, 300,000 for gravel pit extraction and reclamation, based on the requirement to either utilize a contractor or rental equipment. We're using our own staff, rented equipment because all our other equipment was working on projects, during the fall. We're anticipating our other truck will be moving in the pit, once the drainage program is done in 2 weeks.
Whenever I rent equipment, it's 7 days, we use it 7 days a week, 5 days a week, so we're kind of wasting money, aren't we?
So if we go to 7 days a week, then we're paying overtime. Our cost goes up. Our rental is based on 8 hours and 5 days a week at 8 hours a day. Is what we based the rental at.
Overtime's cheaper than rent, so. Because you have the equipment, use it.
So there is a max on our rental agreement, hours per month. And then anything over that, then it goes to $1.
That's the other question is, are we gonna pull enough gravel to make it worthwhile?
The plan was pull the gravel and it's all land,
Yeah,
get it up on a pile and then. Gravel isn't gonna rot, but at least we'll know what we got.
So as we go through, we're stockpiling certain bits, but there's a volume of stockpile pit run that makes it financially viable to bring in a contractor. Council, whether you want to proceed with brushing. There's likely 2 or 3 years supply between those 2 pits potentially, but we don't know for sure. Yeah, exactly what's there.
Even if you crush a pile and use it for that area and North Andrew for that area and.
yeah, that's true.
Instead of trucking it out in 3 years and then they truck into that area, it's not gonna rot it on the pile, so.
Well, that was pretty,
Yeah.
So in the business plan for the next 3 years, we've time set aside to mine. Once we've got enough, and we've got time set aside to crop. And to the point, it's like money in the bank. So we have a recommended motion to receive this information, unless there's something else you'd like.
Just another question. You gonna do any testing on that? Southeast of the 11 that we can over?
Yes, we are hoping to get in there. We're trying to get as much gravel extracted and started the reclamation purpose properly. So potentially in January, February,
Finish that, you'll.
move over there and start. The plan there is to start in the very southwest corner of that property, work our way north. Then we run our gravel to the east and kind of fill in the middle to see exactly how much gravel is in that property. Gravel doesn't follow the boundaries. It's west and south. There likely is gravel in there as well.
Okay, very good.
Gonna have somebody make the motion.
Sure.
Please.
That Lamont County accept the report on Alberta Transportation Gravel Pit matter as information.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. 7-12, inspection permits.
We got people that are building new houses and stuff in the county, and I got a call from one family saying that they're waiting for the inspection under the cement in the basement on a house, and it took up to 3 weeks to get who do we use, inspection group, or what do they call? Yes. Took them 3 weeks to come, and it's kind of time sensitive. They want to do the cement under cement so they can get the furnace and stuff in the house. What's happening? Do they have too much work that they can't come, or what's the excuse for them?
I think last
I don't
year,
know.
I think last year, if we, sorry, I didn't remember. I think last year we decided to go to the inspection group because the other previous one was a little more expensive. That was a decision that was brought to the council for us, and we made the decision to go to inspections group, and I don't know if they have some new parameters or guidelines that they have to follow, but I think our economic development department, our
We are planning to do it.
planning and development, sorry, that's what I was meaning to say. I think they may be having a couple of concerns and issues with them also. I think maybe if we have them come back with some kind of report on advantages and disadvantages of.
Well, it's the whole work, even the permits and everything. It's, I don't know what's happening, but it's taken a long time to get stuff done. And, we got a contractor that builds a lot of buildings all over the northeast, of the province. And he said, County Lamont wins. We were now the hardest county to build a building in, so it's kind of upsetting to, have him say that, but,
Okay. Any other comments?
Historically, I forget what who we just finished the contract with, but I thought inspections group years back was a better contractor, and that's why we switched, because the other group that was there previously was giving us a little more money for our share, so I haven't heard any complaints from anybody, anything, so I'm not sure. Yeah, me either.
we've got a few houses coming up in Division 5 and.
I even have just one, I've had a couple in the area, just concerns about putting in the solar systems. Because the installation companies are having issues with the amount of engineered drawings that they need. They're required by inspections group that weren't required by our previous inspection.
Well, we had one shop, the guy wanted engineer drawings, then we found out after it could have been just a hand drawn thing. It didn't have to be engineered drawings, but on the permit it said engineered drawings, and the kid says, where are we gonna get that from? This guy's building farm shops all the time, right? He's built, I think in the last 3 years, over 14 shops. And he's got engineered drawings for the size for the ones that are bigger. But he said he can get them for the kid, but then after we were told, though, just a hand drawing would have been good enough, so. We gotta look over this permitting thing. Is there any chance we can use two outfits once you start with one?
We have a contract with an inspections group right now, so maybe, I don't know how we make a motion for administration.
Investigate it first. Maybe if they don't have enough inspectors. To understanding what the requirements actually are of engineer drawing versus hand drawing, I don't know about. Certainly look into those.
Maybe it's to the point we gotta give the people a choice of two outfits or something.
I'll just speed them up, right? Yeah. You can only wait so
And
long.
I understand once you get the rapids of one, you gotta stick with that one, but maybe it'll we get better performance out of it.
So today we're accredited organizations that have two different groups, you would have to become unaccredited. Because we want that, but let me explore it and we'll put some pressure on these. Requirements that are being.
We have a recommended motion there. Read that out for us, please.
Montgomery Council Director Administration to investigate and address building inspections with the inspections group in the county.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried.
I thought we were gonna mention something about drawings and engineered drawings and drawings. Sorry.
I've got that within my notes, so we'll make sure it addresses all those things.
On the committee of the whole. I make a motion that Lamont County Council move November 4th, 2025 regular council our council meetings into a committee of the whole meeting at 11:40 a.m. All in favor? Yeah. 8.1. Lamont County website wins National Economic Development Award.
Mr. Reed, Mr. Olson here to speak to an award that the Vermont County uniquely has received yesterday at a Ag Service Board Northeast meeting. An economic development guy talked about how very, very high percentage, something like 85% of the information that people get about communities is through the internet and through websites. And I smiled there because we recently received specific recognition for our economic development website, which is called County Now. Go ahead, Mr. Olson.
Good morning, council. Thank you, Mr. Chowski. So yes, we've over this past year, we worked quite diligently on creating a new one-stop shop, sort of one window portal for information on doing business here in Lamont County. That includes a variety of information on sort of our targeted sectors of interest, demographic information, property, land, and just an overall new kind of refreshed look. Working with a company called Local Intel, which provides demographic widgets and basically GIS maps of information around things like education, labor force, proximity to major infrastructure, roadways, and airports. And so we've been fortunate to receive this award. Submission was made to EDAC, and it was presented to us. We weren't in attendance, but it was presented at the Economic Developers of Canada conference and they're on the lake on October the 7th. With these things, we're always looking for ways to enhance it further and improve it. One way we're looking to enhance it in 2026 is through video, and looking at ways to profile our existing businesses as well as those sectors of interest that we have. Yeah, so this is maybe I'll circulate this so you can see it up close. This is the little trophy they presented, which is, it's always nice to get third-party review of the work we do. So I know we're on great track. It's an independent panel of adjudicators that review the different nominations that come in. And this was in the category of digital media and websites. What else can I tell you? So what we found is, I guess, where the proof is in the pudding is some of the inquiries that we've received. Since the announcement of our water license, we've sort of doubled up on the amount of inquiries we have seen come in terms of our portion of the industrial heartland in particular, but also a few agricultural proposed developments outside of the heartland. And what we found is with the announcement of the water license and sort of the analytics and some of the metrics looking at the traffic on the website, we've been able to receive some inquiries directly for our website that are quite significant in nature and that we're in discussions with. So we're quite pleased with that. Shout out as well, I guess, to Jay Zell, who's our communications coordinator. He was quite instrumental in helping me in implementing the tools. And of course, we couldn't have done it as well without Local Intel's assistance and some of the, essentially the widgets we were able to integrate into our website. What's next? We continue to improve our business directory listings on there. So as you go out and about and undertake your tasks, if you come across any home-based businesses or businesses that would like to profile, because sometimes not all home-based businesses want to be publicly known and recognized, but if you do come across any, there is a submission form that the public can submit to be part of for free, to be part of the directory. We don't have a business license file in the county, but we do sell people a business license if they would like one. Sometimes they need it for their bank or for other levels of government, AMVIC and other types of organizations. The automobile industry needs it, for example. So, so you don't need a business license to be part of the business directory. It is something that's free, as well. Those are a couple areas that we look to, enhance as we move into the future. One of the neat things that, they did say is that, this was a quote from EDAC. They referred to the Lamont County Now website as a core strategic asset that delivers on the promise of modern economic development. So that was some specific feedback we have. And just for the new counselors, we have adopted this room to grow. If you haven't seen it, room to grow type of slogan or saying with some pictures of a young girl in a Ukrainian dress sort of looking out into a field, kind of thinking about what the possibilities would look like. That's one of the images that we have in our social media and on the website. We continue to build sort of a social media and graphic family around of images around what we can promote to showcase the opportunities here in the county.
If you look on page 96, you'll see that same route to grow is also being used with rail providers, so that it actually covers the full gamut of national economic development opportunities.
Questions or comments? I know you're, for the new counselors, you're new on the job, you might not have had a chance to look at it yet, but encourage you to go in and have a look. It's lamontcountynow.ca, and where you can access it from lamontcounty.ca to various links.
Well, I'd just like to say congratulations to you and your crew. It's a major accomplishment, and it's a real boost to bring economic development towards Lamont County and the heartland. So kudos to you. Anybody else questions?
It's a good job.
Good job. Appreciate your input.
Thank you, Council.
And we're also going to be back over to the closed session.
Yeah, the working between
Lamont County Committee of the Whole accept the report on the award for the Lamont County Now.ca website as information.
questions, concerns? Nope. All in favor? Okay. Process water line update.
So, given that this is a significant project, we thought it was timely to bring an update that all members of council will do and prior. First quarterly report from WSP. Oh, sorry, first quarterly report was provided in September 9th, and this one is a little more up to date. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Karnowski. So yes, in September, administration started doing the quarterly reports for the project. Due to the fact that we've had some new council members, thought it would be appropriate to update that report, give it a bit of a fresh uptake on it, and then of course if there's questions that council has, we can address them at this time. So I'll reference page 99 in your agenda package. So this is the style of the report you'll be seeing. Overall, the project remains on track and is aligned with approved objectives. You'll see that there is one thing in this period that is caution in the schedule, and I'll get to that as I go through the item. I'm not going to read everything because I'm sure council's already had the opportunity to do that, but essentially there's a couple of things that are going on right now. We have one team that is looking at other funding available, so if there's any grants from the government, both provincial and federal, as well as looking at private investment through a possible P3. So they're looking at that particular point right now. We have the engineering side is looking at the cost. So of course, this was a 2022 original estimate. So getting some technical information on the site, on the project, updating those prices to 2025 and 2026 numbers, determining if there's any changes to the engineering that might lower some costs, as well as inflation that's going to increase it. And then we just have another team that is looking at, is there some things with the engineering that can be changed? Or updated based on the fact that this was originally was done by, Envision and now, with WSP taking over. Again, they're looking at, kind of at the bottom, bullet in the strategic updates, looking at location, pipeline route, water demand, and that we'll be able to then do the market outreach and market sounding for the final P3 processes. Bottom of that section, ongoing project team goes through some of the things that I've already talked about. Flipping to page 100, you'll see that we started the community engagement so that we had the first stakeholder group, which was the people that were surrounding the intake. That's the first of many public engagement sessions we're gonna have. I don't want to steal thunder from the next item, so I won't go into too much of that, but just a couple of the key concerns that were there, misconceptions about the county funding the entire project. And some of the things around public wildlife safety and such. There was some positive feedback that was there. The ones that are yellow here right now that we're saying caution, there is 2 regulatory updates that we have some concerns around. Transport Canada did not address the navigable waters application within their expected timelines. While it was submitted by our consultant with Envision, Transport Canada did not act on it, and so we now have to reapply for that application. They're still looking to see if there's a possibility to work around that, because then it really starts the clock again and may pose some potential schedule risks.
So, sorry, what was that? What is that again,
Transport Canada with navigable waters. Envision prepared all of the documents, and if you remember back in last year, there was the advertising for it. All of that went through it appropriately, but Transport Canada didn't meet their internal deadlines on it. So they're saying that we need to reapply because they didn't do their job.
It's one small aspect, not the license.
what part of,
Transport Canada, so navigable water, so, is there some, or people who are canoeing or boating down the river, that side of the Transport Canada thing, so from the river's bank into the river is what they're concerned with, so. Yeah, again, it's navigable waters, there's not likely to be any concerns, there's not a lot of people who are boating up and down that, but of any concern, so, but again, it's just a hoop that we have to jump through. The people in the federal government did not do their part. Yeah, and so we're trying to address that. So it is a concern, but it's not a major concern to the overall project. The other item is the Environmental Appeals Board. A new mediator has been chosen. Particularly the Rio County is the mediator that was appointed. And those pre-mediation meetings with the SOC filers are scheduled for December 1st, 2025. These meetings were held with the last mediator, but now that the mediator's changed, we have to go through that process again.
Originally, I think the mediation was scheduled for October 22nd, as a result of the death of the family of one SOC filer. It's all been pushed
forward. So, just kind of a little bit of a status update, just on the bottom of that, or that summary on the bottom. The scope remains unchanged and aligned with the objectives. March 2026 is the next funding milestone with the grant of securing the design of the contractor. We need to get through those other pieces that we talked about before that can happen. So the project construction completion is now trending into Q2 2029. And of course, we'll talk more about this in budget as well, but, what else we have? So some of those items that we talked about here, the market sounding, the updated costs, we may be even getting them next week.
Questions or concerns relating to that? Somebody make a motion, please.
Lamont County Committee of the whole, accept the report of the process water line status update as information.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? Yeah. Right. Engagement session update.
So, as council is aware, there was a public engagement session on October 9th. This was the first engagement, was designed to meet with the stakeholders and landowners within 2 miles of the intake site. We had WSP be in charge of the public engagement, and so Annette from WSP was there along with Chris and Bach, our program, our project managers, and overall the engagement was a success. There was around 20-some people that attended, and page 105 of your package talks about some of the themes that were identified. So, and again, these are just listed alphabetically, not any particular order. Communications and engagement, economic development opportunities, environmental protection and wildlife, funding, affordability, other project operations and water supply, and the proposed project. And then a little bit more in detail there, what some of those concerns were. So essentially what this report here is what we heard brief. So this is essentially kind of verbatim what the people were saying. We will now be using these as we continue with those public engagement sessions. Most likely the next one will be sometime in the new year, based on the fact that we're in November, council's got a busy schedule, Christmas happened, don't get a lot of great engagement during that December season, so we started back in January most likely. We use all of this feedback to then make sure that the items that we're doing, everything from the development permit to the design and the location is all incorporated so that this project is best for the people who have concerns and the county as a whole. So page 3 of the report. Very telling in terms of people concerned about water, concerned about being able to maintain access to the river, being able to noise impacts, reducing impact to local people. At the same time, on page 2. See on the favorables and the unfavorables, so the challenge will be to address as many of the unfavorables in the design. And some of it's going to be difficult because at that session, I heard both sides of the story of the access to the river. I heard people say we need to close off that access to the river. And I heard other people say we need to make sure we still have access to the river. So it's going to be a difficult part of how are we going to be able to make everybody happy and deal with that. So that's what these sessions are going to be, to try to dig more into those. What, now that we've some of them what we heard, then comes the what can we do and how we do things.
Questions or concerns?
Oh, it's okay. Go ahead.
That will look at it, committee of the whole, and set the update on the process water line engagement session.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Yeah. Carried.
Just leave it might be expeditious for us to deal with 8.4 since
Yeah.
there's nothing surprising there.
Yeah.
Thanks for much.
You bet. Good plan. 8.4, election results for Lamont County.
We are on page 108. Go ahead.
City Council, this is kind of a very brief update on the election results. I just summarize what has happened. The election period, as you all know, was from January 1st to September 2nd. We had received 10 nominations for candidates, including the and after that we had best voting statement open at the 1.3 of results, how they voted are published on the and on that number of residents in this population.
Election. So.
Use the whole except 2025 municipal election results as information.
Concerns? All in favor?
Yeah. I'm in favor.
Carried. Regular council meeting.
Lamont County Committee of the whole return to the November 4th, 2025 regular council meeting at 12:03 p.m.
Carried. We'll recess for lunch break. How long do you guys want? Half hour, 40 minutes?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have to take photos after lunch.
Okay,
So that in recess.
we'll do for an hour.
We should do the picture first one.
Yeah, before somebody get at it, so.
Right? welcome back. It's 1 o'clock. We'll reconvene the regular council meeting. Just make sure I'm in line here. So we're moving on to reports. Today, 10, there's no committee reports. Oh, right.
Yeah, that'll be your meetings, guys.
Yeah.
Just, you know. Okay, October 27th, we have our Wilmington Eastland Board meeting. Review the auditor's draft report from Synergy. November 7th, there's tour of West Lock Seed Plant for board members to look at the automation setup at their plant. I won't be able to make that. We have our AGM meeting and supper set for December 8th. We reviewed policies during the year, and these will be presented to the AGM. We do have some quotes for doing maintenance on chutes and other things that are going their wear. And we want to get those things done so we can incorporate that with some of the automation that's going to be brought forward to the AGM. I guess we have some quotes, and the question is, who do we go with? And do we do the automation in one phase or two? Other than that, just have a review of some of the quantities that we cleaned as of October 14th, 2025. Wheat 29,000, barley 8,000, oats 10,000 bushels, bees 21,000. That's about it for cleaning as of October 14th. Our year ends June 30th, so that's just up to October. Other than that, that's what it for the Willingdon Seed Cleaning Plant report.
Are they changing the rates this year, right? Are they going up, do you know?
We might raise them a bit, but we're one of the lowest in the province. So it's like municipal taxes, better to increase it a little bit, keep it the same, and then make a big increase. And that's the only report I have. The foundation will be, I think, November 29th. PHI is next Wednesday, but I think we have something going on Wednesday, right?
Yeah, did you want to?
So that's it for me.
Okay. No. Nope. Yeah. In the corner. Okay, perfect. We have somebody make a motion.
You move my report on the Willingdon Seed Cleaning Plant?
Was that October 14th meeting?
Yeah. No, it was October 27th was the date of meeting.
Thank you.
The 14th was.
Okay, any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Perfect. Correspondence for action.
So as became our practice, it's remember we now divided correspondence into for action and for information. Now, I may not always have it right. So even if it's just for information and there's something that council wishes to direct, obviously that is within your purview. Item 11.1 on page 111, and it continues on to page 114. Is council planning and legal orientation. So we have not addressed kind of planning 101 training for council. we both received this opportunity to do it regionally with other counties in the area. And we received the offer directly from Brownlee. I believe obviously there's a cost benefit of doing it together, but there's also a benefit of doing it together as we hear about situations that other counties have encountered. Subsequent to this being posted, the suggestion has been that we plan for a time frame in February. So if it is council's desire, you could direct me to pursue post-election council planning and legal training collaboratively with counties in the area. Next, 11.2, we have an offer from Active Assessment Group to do assessment 101 for elected officials. So you received a little bit of a primer on it today. This is a 90-minute, I believe it is online. There are 2 dates available, November 26th, which, if I recall correctly, emergency management, we have on 26th, so that will not work. And January 14th is the other option. I presume that we could display it in here at Council's and session together if you'd like. You can ask that administration arrange for councilors to be able to participate in this activity. On page 116, annually the 2 major municipal law firms, one being RMRX and the other one being Brownlee, conduct municipal law seminars. RMRF has gotten out in front and indicated that their law seminar will be on February 6th. I don't know that we need a resolution on this one, just that councilors who wish to attend should advise that law. Item 11.4. We have received information from the Northern Lights Library System regarding our 2026 levy. So $5.55 per capita for the municipality and $11.10 per capita for municipality without a library board. So I believe the library board qualifies for us. Paying at the $5.55 level. This can simply be received as information, and we will include it in the budget.
Where are they getting numbers from?
Based on our population for 2019. Yes, they're asking the council pass a motion to accept or reject the 2026 Northern Lights Library System budget. So I presume our direction would be to accept. On page 119. Well, no, that's a continuation. On page about the Lamont Christmas Light Up Committee, festival announcement and sponsorship request. So I have authorized them to use our parking lot for their Lamont Christmas Light Up as I have every year. And they are requesting a sponsorship amount. And we looked at what our trend has been, and in the past, council has approved a $200 sponsorship, which is a silver sponsor. So you may choose to approve that amount or approve a different amount. They are looking for a commitment by the regular board so that we can be included in the recognition. Next, we have Lamont High School Council is asking for a contribution for the Christmas dinner. And this is something that council has done every year. We've checked the last few years, and the council has appropriated a $250 sponsorship for high school Christmas dinner. The snack sheets. Next, we have 11.7. This is an individual who is asking for a donation to be able to represent Canada in a dance competition in Ireland. The pilot says she needs to fly through Toronto. And lodging for 15 days is $2,600, and coffee $250, meals and daily expenses to $2,500. So it's a significant amount of money. This is, however, a donation to an individual, which council typically not done. So do we have a second one? This next one is the same competition, but a different individual. We also asking for nation. And we'll deal with those together. We also have an email that he which addresses council's earlier request dealing with addressing highway safety at Highway 855-16. Notwithstanding what the minister agreed to something related to MLA regards to these for action items to the extent that you would really require action. So 1.1, would you like to direct administration to plan for collaborative planning and legal training in February, collaboratively with other countries?
Collaborative mostly with just Beaver County, right? So far.
I
I don't know how they've extended that out to,
There's quite a number. We didn't show what was over here, but it was about 5.
Oh.
I think it was Denver, and Beaver. Kind of hard to say, but yeah, 2 goals was kind of our big group.
issues with going.
We have a resolution.
Read this.
Lamont County Council direct administration and notify Beaver County that council is interested in participating in planning 101 training.
Favor?
Yep.
So given that, what I'm gonna ask councilors to do is if you plan to be away or to often council to go away either December or February, please let me know so I can plan around your availability. Like Christiane know and she'll put together. Great. Assessment 101 for elected officials. Would you like for us arrange to have this on January 14th? It's online. Yes, so we would display it on our screens and we could all attend together.
It's a pretty good one to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well. All right. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
You think?
January 14th would be, Monday, Tuesday. January 14th is a Wednesday. Resolution?
That Lamont County Council direct administration to reserve spots for all councilors at the virtual assessment 101 for elected officials on January 14th, 2025.
If you find you need to attend it individually from somewhere else, please look additional. Municipal Law Center, February seminar, February 6th. We don't have a resolution. I just asked that you advise on this webinar. If you are interested in attending, there are no sessions.
Mark me down and see us.
Yeah, you know,
What's the date, sorry?
October 26th. Oh, January 6th. 6th. Sure, why not? I'll do it.
Where that be here?
No.
It's
Your
gonna
big
be
city.
a convention itself.
Yeah, going down to.
Delta Hotels.
Yeah.
4404 Gateway Road. Very good. So probably everybody's interested. So we can do this, motion to accept the 2026 library today, or we can do it in December. For a certain date. We might as well.
What did we do last year? What was it for last year, do you know?
I didn't, I didn't mind that.
5% less.
Yeah. So 1.5%. Pretty much as inflationary as inflation. A resolution or motion proposed.
I move the Lamont County Council approve the Northern Lights Library System 2026 levy increase of 1.5% to $5.55 per capita, with the total 2026 levy of $21,639.45 for Lamont County.
All in favor?
No, a resolution to approve a $200 sponsorship for Lamont Christmas Light Up.
You want to make the motion?
Lamont County Council donate $200 to Lamont Christmas Light Up Kitty.
All in favor? Carried.
Next, we have the Lamont High School Christmas dinner for staff and students. Again, we typically donated $250.
All in favor? Oh, we gotta make a motion first. Sorry.
Sure. Lamont County Council donate $250 to the Lamont High School council for their annual Christmas dinner.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried.
So, that's, 11.8. Obviously, council is in a position to make a decision one way or the other. I know council has never provided support to the individual. Also, we need to be concerned that these would be the first two votes in the rate. This is not a sponsorship program. It's broadly. Our the government thing. So just basically accept this information.
Yeah.
And it may be that council accept all other items, so that would be 11.3, 11.7, 11.8 is.
Council accept items 11.3, 11.7, 11.8 as information.
Questions or concerns? Being none, all in favor? Carried.
Very good.
Yeah.
Oh, the letter from MLA Jackie Armstrong. Yeah, this one may well be correct. The read to something. MLA request either of them. Maybe there's more activity there.
More?
You do that?
I don't know. That corner is bad though.
But next,
I don't know if the speed is really the issue there.
Without calling rain for all today, at least once there was off call.
Yeah.
Every time. I don't know what it is.
And it's only been in recent years, like it's not a constant issue.
But it might be a saving grace until we do get an overpass.
Yeah. Well,
No lives are on, there's been multiple I've taken.
So I'm willing to try anything, so I'm for sending this letter. So.
Yeah.
oh, absolutely, if that could help.
Would you like that? 281.
Yeah, I would too. And she knows what we're looking at right off the bat.
I used to.
Yeah, right.
It's taken lives, right?
Yeah. So we want to make that motion.
I move that the Lamont County Council direct administration to prepare a letter to MLA Jackie Armstrong Hominiuk for the Reeves signature requesting that the speed be reduced to 80 kilometers per hour on Highway 16 approaching Highway 855.
Carried.
Very good. The items that are for information. There may be, or these could be all of them with one on the resolution that's. So, 11.7, we have attached, no, sorry, 12.1. We have attached a copy of the 2025 speech from Stone for your information. 12.2, we have the email referenced earlier. We are on page 139. The email I referenced earlier indicating that the administration is obviously meet with our representatives. 12.3, page 140, we have a similar email to the Honorable Dan Williams, Municipal Affairs. Saying that he's unable to meet with us at the RMA convention. The minister will be at the minister's open house on Wednesday the 19th at RMA if you'd like to chat with them. Otherwise, we have directed staff to make this through MLA. Armstrong to arrange meeting. On 12.4, on page 141, but the Trans-Canada Yellowhead Highway Association, in essence, echoing Lamont County's letter speaking to potential traffic control measures that should be considered for Highway 16. There. We've got police review commission updates for October 15th and October 28th. You want to review that in here, it just indicates what the province is doing in terms of setting up a police force. 12.7 is a thank you letter from the Lamont County Food Bank. That has to do with the $39,673 that were received as a result of the Breeze tournament, including the proceeds of the 50 million. 8, we have a thank you letter from the Bruder High Senior Club. This has to do with the grant that the Bruder High Seniors Club received as part of Council's community support package. 12.9, we have an invitation from the principal of Lamont High School for someone to participate in the Remembrance Day ceremony at Lamont High School. We also have a letter that provides more detail. Oh, they will not be having any speakers or special guests. We apologize for any meetings. So that would suggest that we do not need to send anybody.
Sorry, what is that again?
It's item number 12.9. Yeah, was accurate at the time of publishing the agenda, but we received something on November 3rd indicating that they have decided to reformat the Remembrance Day and not having any speaker. So we can simply accept both of those as information. A service. Then we've got in 12.11, yeah. Then 12.12, we have the unofficial results of the election. 12.13, we have the result of the Mandera election. 12.14, we have the result of the town of Lamont election. 12. You all know this information already. 12.15, we have and 12.16, we have the result of the subsequent to receiving the site addresses next to those councils that were attended this earlier to show how many votes everybody had. And then 12.17, we have a request for Lamont County to have a float in the parade in Port Saskatchewan, put on by the Port Saskatchewan Lamont Regional Chamber of Commerce. Now, this came somewhat late. If I'm not mistaken, we have started dismantling our float. I would remind councillors that the direction is typically being that we only participate in parades within the boundary. I imagine if you have strong feelings about this, we could participate. There is a second request there where possible to participate in sponsorship. They provide the gold and the silver options. Obviously, council could choose to provide one of those for a lesser amount. Well, 18, we've got Force Alberta congratulating councillor on your electoral victories. Well, 19, we've got the newsletters from the Beaver Hills Biosphere. Then we have some additions. We have these are additional lands on Canada purchased for the purposes of operating laydown area in support of a canola extraction and refining facility on these lands. There are conditions in the appendix, but a long time perspective, it's very good news. This is another step towards potentially development by money within the county. And this is a matter of public record, that's why it's being addressed publicly. Next, we have 12.21. Sorry, I sent to councillors in the last day or so information with regards to RMA Board of Director nominations. Given that the deadline was 2 cases. Yes, we have a claim. There will be elections for District 1, District 2, and District 5 representatives. I did send to each of you calendar invitation that shows when both elections occur. During the other convention. There will be plenty of push material. Each of these individuals that you will be able to review. You'll see Division 5, which is the one that Lamont County is in, has 5 individuals who have expressed interest. 2 individuals going head to head for being in any case. This is for your information. You know that item well. It's a matter of congratulating you on your election. And it speaks to the 75-year history of working collaboratively, being a representative voice of all municipalities along the 15. We mentioned to continue to work collaboratively with us. speaking to formal relationships with these tourism. And, they invite us to share any highway concerns through and to them, and of course, we have an appointee to the Yellowhead Highway Association, that includes. Is it you, that you read, with, very good. So again, nothing specific needs to be done on that, but if there is something that you believe ought to be addressed, then, read with is your guy. I think we covered everything. So this is something that we believe. Resolution. Yeah. Yeah. Peter, the one probably doesn't. The two defining the meeting likely do not need to, since you have directed us to work through the MLA. The Yellowhead Highway Association, the narrowing our letter, the police review commission is this information, the two thank yous, so they have this information. We have addressed the members for the elections within the town's liberties. Information, you may or may not choose to do anything with the Fort Saskatchewan and Lamont County neighborhood.
That letter to the MLA to go, to Jackie Hominick, I wonder if we should, let Mundare know we're gonna, maybe they wanna at the same time put in a letter asking for that speed limit change and stuff. But, the more that, yeah. The more that, put in, maybe we can, sort I just.
Yeah. Well, it's an old issue, right? Maybe.
Yeah, a lot of people we know are so we can also see CC the Yellowhead Highway.
Yeah, perfect.
Very good, good suggestions, thank you. So, yeah, we're here to take this. So would be the neighbor. We had never even on even active chamber yet. We're just starting to. They have that legal opportunity for the reason I'm gonna be, they may or may not ask for education at some point in the future.
Yes. Information, but no kids online. I was Santa Claus in the parade last year. We've been approached again, maybe this year, so I will probably be there anyway. But we usually donate outside of the county, the monetary wise.
Yeah. So May is a change in our heart, we're trying to start encompassing not only Fort Saskatchewan.
That's what function in Fort Saskatchewan, I think Dan and I attended. I don't know, were you there, Peter?
I don't think I was at the one that you attended, but I was at another one. We did sponsor small business award. News with an open house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy was there.
I was there briefly and you want to stay longer.
And I think that small business award was awarded to one of our businesses anyway.
I think maybe we should sponsor Bill $500.
Yeah, that's for the first
Ethan,
years to debate.
I make a motion and then we'll.
You brought it again.
Yeah.
For this second.
Yeah.
And the one.
They promoting us, anybody here, I guess there quite a bit of. For east of town there for them.
Okay, questions, concerns, discussion?
$500 is pretty steep for.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to.
The first one, 500, I could see 250 like we do for,
Yeah.
for our vehicle, but.
Steve would like to propose an amendment.
Yeah, but that is my suggestion, but go for discussion, let's discuss before we start amending, so.
Just a few 50, he has to go for 2 years or something.
Well, he's got the beard for it.
See, Matt's charging too much.
Yeah. Any other discussion? Third?
Well, 250, I think, so, right? Yeah, I could jump in at 250. I think 500 is a little steep to read the motion.
It sounds like you just agreed with
250, okay, so we don't have to second that.
Okay.
That's the easy one.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll read that back. The Lamont County Council sponsor, the Port Saskatchewan Lamont County Regional Chamber of Commerce Santa Claus Parade with a $250 donation. All in, no, I was just reading back, so that if anybody online didn't see the change.
You gonna do the motion again, Roy, or do you want me to do it? Okay, Lamont County Council sponsors the Port Saskatchewan and Lamont Chamber of Commerce Santa Claus Parade, a $250 donation. I get it, you want me to read faster?
Okay, all in favor?
Yeah.
Opposed? Carried.
Motion to receive all other items.
I can make that motion that Lamont County Council accept all correspondence as information. Question or concerns? All in favor? Carried. All right. On to our 13, Lamont County Council calendar, November 2025.
Activities. Since they're closed, so we've got council. Councilors are attending the RMA convention until noon on Wednesday.
One day there. It's Thursday.
Yeah, it goes to the 20th.
Saturday, or Saturday.
Yeah, it starts on the 17th.
You have a, you have the emergency management for elected officials on the 26th. And the, 3 to 9, CEOCA. So.
That's information.
Questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Okay, so we will move into closed session now. I need someone to make a motion.
November 4th, 2025, regular council meeting into closed session 1:46 PM to discuss the following items. Yeah, we got economic development updates, APIA section 19:1. Intergovernmental matter, APIA section 26, and disposal of fleets, fuel vehicle, ATIA section 31B.
Closed session. Favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Okay, welcome back to our November 4th council meeting. We have a couple of motions to make here, coming out of closed session. First is an economic development update. Somebody make a motion to present to council.
Lamont County Council accept the November 4th, 2025 economic development updated information.
Questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yep.
Carried. All right, 14.5. Intergovernmental matter as information, please.
Hello, the Lamont County Council accept the November 4th, 2025 briefing note on the intergovernmental matter as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Moving on to the business case for the disposal of fleet.
Is this what you? For retention of CPO vehicle.
Motion's on the screen.
I move that the Lamont County Council directed administration to bring forward to budget deliberations a business case for retention of CPO vehicle.
Questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. And with that, we'll call the meeting adjourned at 2:55 p.m.
You lied, you said 3 o'clock.